Good evening and welcome. Thank you for joining. I was almost closing down the stream just as I started it because there was a setting I wanted to change, but it said you can't change it while it's live, and I was like, it's alright, it's just been online for 5 minutes, it's just the countdown, I'll just end the stream. And I was like, no, that would be horrible, because some people try hard to maintain their streak, and it would be really cruel of me to just have a 5-minute stream and then just, well, I mean, doing the park, you would be happy because you would be here, but maybe some other people would be less excited about the prospect of just losing the streak over me just doing a 5-minute stream. I don't know how long a stream has to be for it to sort of count as one, or if you sort of turn it off and then turn it on again if it counts as one. Anyway, yeah, trigger rant about, I would actually say trigger rant about the lack of triggering. I would love to get more like triggers in that case, not triggering sort of trying to trigger me, but sort of just generally rantable topics. I do feel that there's a lot of things to go into, but it's kind of what I think to do a watch a stream within 24 hours to maintain your streak thing now. Oh, okay. Yeah, typical that I get a phone call from my cleaning service now. Can't take it. Coming tomorrow, and I have my daughter is homesick, so I can't really have cleaning coming over tomorrow. Yeah, that's a little bit nightmarish, but yeah. So I feel a really big disconnect between what I do here online and what I do outside of gaming. And like back in the days when I was in a corporate nightmare hellhole, then I could always just tell war stories from my corporate days and sort of make them anonymized, so it wouldn't be really too personal in that regard. But it's not really how it works anymore, and there's just a big disconnect. So, have you guys had a great weekend? Because mine have been ridiculously epic, awesome, fantastic. The stuff that I didn't think could happen in like just 5 years ago. So like, you know, it's all right. That was just my Friday. So, and then Saturday was just like meh. Yeah. Calls from Fulgora, you say? Yes, indeed. Lots to write home about, but now I want to hear about yours. Yeah, I understand, and it's just I went to a party, and it was a dare party. It was a it's a, as they describe it, it's a sex, gender, and emotion inclusive space. So something friendship with Volcano said it. No, I just want to try it to do it over on Fulgora and see how that works. So it's it's a pretty, you can say, pretty crazy world that that is sort of that exists, that didn't know existed before, and that's pretty nice, and it's fun, and it's just something that doesn't really belong on a Factorio stream, and therefore it's a little bit of a side thing. So, but I do sort of, I feel that there's a lot of things that I learned that I would like to share in some kind of context, but I don't know how. It's the same with the talks about like creating content for rope stuff. It's also something I'd really love to do, but I just can't wrap my head around how to do that. And therefore it's just going to be like one of those forever projects that's always going to be lingering at the edge. So Fulgora has the advantage of giving the most intermediate straight out of scrap, which is almost as free as lava. Yeah. The problem with Fulgora is that you can't dictate what you want. That means you're going to have not enough red circuits and too much other stuff. And that's generally the reason why Fulgora sort of lacks out. So sounds like someone needs an E-block. Yeah. I don't know. The thing is, like, it's. See, the thing is, it's my content-wise, it would take away from the content I create, and it's not really like I'm doing a lot of content already, and taking away from the little I do to do something that's just, yeah, out of left field, to use a very American expression. Tales of our endeavors. Thank you, Sujin, for the 17 months. Can't believe it's only 17 months. And Shen, thank you for gifting 5 subs. You are edging your way closer to the top of the leaderboard for the month. Only 5 away from taking that away, or 6 technically. But I'd love to have these kind of things. It's just that when you make it, it just doesn't, like, it doesn't go anywhere, because it's kind of a completely different thing. Master MSD, thank you for the 54 months. Very much appreciated. And it will be, hey Jerry, that's a long time since I've seen you. Good to see you, and welcome back in some, at least for now. And Silver Cecil with the 200 bits. So yeah, so it's always this thing, like, how am I what am I gonna do with this? Because it's the same thing that motivated me to becoming a content creator, was that I was getting really good at some games, and I felt like it feels wasted to sort of just sit here and be good at something without sharing it, without teaching. Dude in the Park, thank you for the 200 bits, triggering a teeny little starter train here. And that's, I feel like once sort of grab knowledge in, and then once it reaches a certain level, it wants to come out again as a communication. Woo! 10 gifts up. Shen, you are now the top of the leaderboard for the month. Do flex that #1 sign there. Thank you so much for 10 gift subs. 10 gifties, and is well underway. It's now officially a train that has left the first station and heading towards the second one. Nice. So, just for the leaderboard, yeah. But look at it; it looks good. Yeah, so it's the constant struggle, and I know I've been mentioning it a million times. Brand, thank you for the 23 months. And I have been sort of halfway sort of thinking, like, the only thing that actually carries the channel is the Sundays for Factorio, and then on Thursdays for Masterclass. And when I don't have anything else that I want to talk about or write or make, then that's kind of all I have. Draco Falcone, thank you for the 10 months. Our illustrious setting it for a level 5 already. Alright. Well, enjoying your content for a while, so I decided to become a patron. Oh, thank you so much for that. Very much appreciated. Yeah. I was like wondering, like, why is November making so much money on Patreon? Like, everything is going down, like, fewer people are signing up, that's obvious, like, less content and less Factorio content, but still, like, I was making more money than I think I should, and it was like, oh right, it's because November last year was the best month ever, and there were probably a lot of annual subscriptions that renewed this month, and so I just started digging, and it was like, oh, okay, so that's why the actual income for this month is better than it should be according to the downward trend But hey, that's just nice that so anyone who pledged an annual subscription last November, thank you very much, and thank you for renewing it, because there have been quite a few renewals, and renewals of annual subscriptions are, well, always nice. So, yeah, I do think that's a. I'm so happy that I have moved my main source of income away from YouTube and away from Twitch and over to Patreon. I mean, it's not really sustainable unless there's continued something else we can make blueprints for, but it feels better for me that I don't have to sort of chase the next high. I do think that when we're now going to be finishing up this coming week, we're going to be finishing up Pax Romana, because apparently the mission, the quest is over. The campaign just ends in the middle of fucking nowhere. It's just like, yeah, you're back. Oh, look at the. It's done. What? You're in the middle of something. Nope, we're done. There's nothing. There's no culmination. There's no milestone. There's nothing. Wow, Shen, thank you for 6 more. Wow, you are. You need to find some allies to help push this train, so it's not just you carrying it all on your back. Yeah, so it's really weird. So I think I'm going to be sort of wrapping it up in terms of sort of just finishing up the tech tree and getting just kind of the feel for it, and then probably not really gonna do, like, it's not gonna be a game that warrants like, oh, let's redo it on hard difficulty. Yay! It doesn't really sort of warrant that at this point. Maybe when there's a couple of DLC coming out or something like that, then it makes more sense. And I can also see on Steam that it only has mixed reviews, and most of the comments about it, the mixed is about like the campaign is just abruptly ending, and it's so stripped down of features compared to Anno 1800. Sujin, thank you for joining in on the glorious train. Thank you for the 5 gifties. Felt left hanging when the campaign ended. So many open questions. Yes, I was like, well, I mean, are we going to be loyal to the Emperor? Are we going to be... What are we going to do? And Draco Falcone also joining in on the glorious hype train. Thank you for 5 more. We're halfway towards the level 3 now. Yeah. So I think that's a really disappointing thing, because even though the game plays really well and it's fun, it just kind of feels bad that you sort of follow along in the story, hoping that's going to be a payoff, because some of the things were a little awful written. Some were okay, but other things were pretty awful. And then suddenly it just kind of peters out, which to me just reeks of, oh shit, we need to get it out. Yeah, but it's not done. Doesn't matter. This should be out for Christmas, or before Christmas, or for the, I don't know, whatever. So for sort of whatever. It seems like it's a marketing decision more than a quality product decision that drove it to hit that release date. And it's a shame. Yeah, what happens, Julia? Diana, and what about our loyalty? And what are we actually going to do when we come back? Like, what is the objective? Are we going to be overthrowing the Emperor? Are we going to be allying with him? Are we going to sort of... Yeah, there's a million questions that are just like, well, I don't know. It's like, you wrote the damn thing. Yeah, whatever. So, and then a week from now is the release of a small... a puzzle game that I'd like to check out, Art of Reflection, which is sort of something with mirrors and then interacting through the mirrors. It seems really interesting. It might not be something that works really well on Twitch, but I think it's interesting enough to take a look at. And then after that, there's in December there is Alchemy Factory, and then there are also some other smaller games that I think we can just take a look at in. Just do a let's try of those games, like maybe the Whiskerwood was something we could take a look at, and just make a stream of that and just see how that pans out. Alright, so we're exactly 50% through a level 3, and let's see, 11 subs to complete the level 3, and with 1.5 minutes left, so that's the plan. And then my bigger plan, DDKS, thank you for the 42 months. Nice, very nice, much appreciated. And yeah, so in January, it'll be on the 6th of January, there'll be Star Rupture, which I think is going to be a big deal. I think it's going to be a great game. I really hope it's going to be a great game, and it's definitely something I'm going to dive into. I think it releases in early access, so it might be somewhat limited, but it's something I'm really looking forward to, both the exploration and the combat and the factory building, and just like getting lost in a city and go out there and sort of make your own missions of, oh, I wonder what's over in those ruins, or, oh, we're going to go grab some more of these things because we're going to build something bigger, which is something I really enjoy. Okay, the hype train is in trouble. 10 subs to get to a level 10 or level 3 with 30 seconds left, so don't hold back if anyone wants to join in and help us get to a level 3. Now's your chance. Look forward to that one on the channel. Yeah, me too. Me too, indeed. Yep. Let's see if the train... 2 stations it looked like. It's also funny, like, I feel that now it's like there are so many events and we just are halfway through a level 2 train, and I was like, how the hell did we get to level 5s back in the days? How the hell did we get there? That's crazy. But, yeah. What I do not like about the Westwood is the day change system. I don't know what that is, so I haven't seen that at all, but it just looked like it was good. So, and then of course we have some other things. Timberborn is in experimental release. Thank you for the hype train. Yeah, Timberborn is in 1.0 experimental release. I'm not going to play it until it goes into 1.0 final release, because they have a tendency to add quite a lot of extra features during the experimental, so I don't want to play it and then figure out that they add another things. But I do think that it warrants another playthrough when it comes out. I think. I don't know. It depends. It's also one of those things where I think we've sort of been hacking away at it so many times that, well, maybe there's not much more to do. And then we can sort of go with new... A lot of the new things, they're not really that interesting. In a sense that, yeah, you can build vertically, but the game doesn't really handle verticality very well, so you can't really see what you're doing if you build vertically. So... is it really worth building vertically if that means that you can't see a damn thing of what you're building? Probably not. So, yeah. And then, of course, we also have other games. Like, at some point, eventually, hopefully, Dyson Sphere will come out with something. That's like my big hope. Valheim should also be coming out with something at some point, right? That's also one of the games that could be something. Foundry could come out with an update 3 at some point, or 4, or whatever. The trains update could also be a thing that's now they're just like, the last update is about like save file optimization. Okay, cool. In preparation for trains. So I think that it's going to be interesting to see what Foundry looks like when it comes to trains as well. Factorio 2.1 maybe. Maybe. Well, that's true. They did say don't expect it before Christmas. Wasn't that what they said? However. Let me just see what the exact wording was. The stuff for... now, after our summer brain jams, we started work properly on 2.1. We don't want to promise too much, as always, and we're trying to keep the scope not too big and not too small. We really want to make sure Factorio will be in a good place for the long-term support, and 2.1 might be the last chance for us to make some bigger breaking changes. In short, it's going to be quite a while. I can't promise be ready this year, and I don't promise that we won't start writing juicy and entertaining, and I don't promise that we won't play. Wow, good double negative there. When we have something new, more to show. Okay, so 2.1 looks like there will be like last chance to make bigger breaking things. So that's something. What's also interesting with 2.1 is that they say that they want to make sure the scope is not too big. Well, what about the stuff that is then de-scoped? Is that just on the cutting room floor and never going to be picked up? Or is that going to be for a DLC, yeah? Yeah, probably not. I would like to see Factorio to be old mods compatible. Yeah, it's not going to happen. The mods need to update. It's as simple as that. Mods just need to update, and it's a mod issue. It's not a Factorio issue. It's a major major change, and yeah, they just have to adapt to it. It would be wild if they came out with another DLC. I mean, they have 40 people employed, and they can't all be working on a Switch 2 version, right? Especially because they said it was actually pretty easy. So, you know, what the hell are they doing? Are they working on that infamous the MMO that they talked about, or what? Because I don't know. It just seems weird not to. Like, this is one of those things. Like, if you have a studio, let's take Team Cherry for Hollow Knight. They built Hollow Knight, and then 8 years later they come up with Silk Song. Cool. Of course, there were 4 DLC in the meantime, but they understand that this is the shit we do. This is what we do really well. We can do this. This is what people come here for. So let's do more of the same. And Red Hook Studios with Darkest Dungeon, they did the same, but they changed the formula for the game. But they were sort of, it's still Darkest Dungeon. That's what we play. That's the gameplay. And it's I don't know if it's rare, but it just doesn't seem logical that a game that is successful off the back of a single title would go like, awesome, let's pivot to do something completely different, where all of our competencies and all the skills that we have acquired mean nothing. Of course, programmers are programmers. Yeah, but I would also imagine that the people who have applied to join VOOP as a programmer for Factorio, they really are passionate about Factorio. They're not just like, whatever, I don't care if it's a Assassin's Creed or it's Factorio, I just want to make games. Like, I just don't think so. I think there's also a selection bias. Also, how many of the of sort of community members have been employed at VOOP. So, like, why would Arendelle be like, cool, let's do an MMO? It's weird, right? But maybe, who knows? Maybe everyone is a little tired of the project and wants something completely different. But either way, we know the release cycle of VOOP, so even if they announce something tomorrow, I'll be a lot more gray around here before anything ever happens. So it's not what's gonna keep us afloat. But Dyson Sphere really should be doing something. That really should be happening, because there's been nothing going on Dyson Sphere for 2 years now. It was the 15th of December 2 years ago that the Dark Fog came out, and oh my god, was that amazing. That was so good. And then it's been basically quiet from then. Various optimizations and stuff, but nothing really. So yeah, so that's and Satisfactory. It's also interesting with Coffee Stain Studio. Like, what are they gonna do? Factorio MMO. I don't think it'll be a Factorio MMO. I think it'll be a whatever. Now it was just Corex that mentioned an MMO at some point, and I don't think it was a Factorio MMO. It would be an MMO, but whatever. That was like casually mentioned once, and since that's the only thing we have, we've all been extrapolating from a single point, as all engineers are able to do. Take a single point and you can extrapolate in whichever direction you want, which is very convenient. Hey, Kinda Cube, good to see you. Thank you for joining. Yeah, so this next thing is also like, what is Coffee Stain Studio working on? Shouldn't they be doing something? Pokemon Stick, dude, come on! Don't I have Coffee Stain Studio as a as a Discord thing? That's odd. Oh yeah, there we go. Satisfactory. Announcements. New community manager. Blah 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 blah. Oh my god, just scroll to the end. Sound and today's topic: sound systems and Satisfactory. Yeah. Yeah. So there's a whole lot of nothing going on. Like, there's a really standby period. We're waiting for something from VOOP, for Factorio. We're waiting for something for Dyson Sphere. We're waiting for something for Satisfactory. Captain Industry has released something, but I still feel that there's I don't know. I really want to love the game, but I might have fallen out of love just forever with that game, which sucks because it's such a good game. And then of course Shapes 2. I would love for Shapes 2 to make more factory games, because they really know their shit. That is just, yeah. That better than anyone, they understand the core of a factory game. that it has to be simple and easy to build and easy to change. And it doesn't have to be as easy to change, but the whole, like, the focus on the user experience is immaculate in Shapes 2. Like, imagine a game that wasn't just like colors and shapes, but actually had like a story and a world and stuff like that, and having such crisp ways of laying belts and deleting and copying and all that stuff. That's so amazing. But because a lot of the games that you see a trailer for, like The Crust, for example, you look at it and go like, ooh, this looks really interesting, and then you play it and it's just an absolute nightmare to lay a belt and merge them and change them and delete them and turn them and all that stuff. And then it goes like, okay, I can't do this anymore. It's just terrible. When you're fighting against the UI instead of it supports you. So love how Shapes 2 guides you through the scale from the single corner all the way to the multiple layers and belts. Yes, exactly. Because you start by playing like, oh, okay, so this is the game, and then it goes, no. The game is much bigger. But I do think that there's some kind of limitation to Shapes 2. Like, I think I kind of broke the game in a sense by sort of figuring out that it was just much better to just make. Wow, it was so much better to just make city blocks. What a surprise that I would come to that conclusion. But it like, I think a lot of people would be simply designing the whole thing over and over and over, and I was like, nope, you need a turn and a cut and a merge and a split and a rotate and a color and once you have those bricks, and just do them in line, and you can build ridiculously fast. But once you get to that point, you go like, okay, well, now I can solve anything because I have all the core blocks. I've designed the blocks, designed the programs, and now I've designed the tools, and now I have all the tools, so it's just applying the tools. Which is less interesting. It's rewarding for a little bit, but it gets old when you don't have to come up with new things. So why would logic be the best? Oh no, I don't know if there's anything wrong with it, but it just means that there's some lack of replayability somehow. And I don't really think, like, what I don't really understand is, like, how does Factorio achieve that? Well, I mean, I think it's because in Factorio there are multiple parameters you can optimize on. Like, oh, do I have the tech available? How much the power consumption is this an expensive build? Like, am I using like really high quality items? And it's so I don't have those, so I can't make it at high quality yet. So like, there are many parameters in Factorio. Or is it throughput? Is it fixed to a certain size? While in Shapes 2, there's only really like things don't cost anything, so you can build whatever. So once you have the tech, you just have it, and you have it as good as you want. So it just means that your only parameter is like, okay, I need to be able to do a function within the city block size, or 2 city blocks, or whatever size. And once I figure that one out, then it's like, okay, this is now a blueprint that can plop down, and that will just flip the 2 sides. And that's it. And then I never need to worry about anything else, because there's nothing that makes it not the ideal in the future. Like, oh, we need a 3rd level. Sure, we'll just make a 3rd level. But that's not really changing much either. The MAM does break at a certain level. Yes, my MAM version breaks at a certain level, sure. But I don't think the MAM is a special kind of thing. I don't think that's the core gameplay. The core gameplay is not, in my opinion, the MAM. That's for the end game. That's the end game rate. So I don't like blocks. Okay. And probably not the game for you then. Yeah. So I think that there needs more dimensions in order for Shapes 2 to really sort of take the next step, where there can be arguments whether one design is better than another design. Right now, if we can both do the same function in the same block size, there's not really any difference. They are equally good. Every single option is equally good, because it takes things in and gets things out, and whatever happens in the middle, it's the same thing. So yeah, I think it's it needs some more dimensions, which is perfectly fine for the next game. Like I think they were having like 11 people employed in for Shapes 2, which is still something. The fourth dimension, no, I just think that there's like, since resources don't cost anything, maybe they do cost something. Maybe you actually need to build stuff. I'm not saying in a context of Shapes 2 because it is the way it is, but for if they want to make another factory game, then I would hope that they add more dimensions, not physical dimensions, but more sort of cost and I don't know, power usage or rarity or raw resources or something that allows you to optimize along different parameters, and it becomes better. That becomes a better game with more room for optimization. You have X minutes to deliver Y amount. I don't think you can fix the game by doing something like that. Yeah, factory mode to the game. Yeah, and I don't know because I'm not a game designer. And therefore sometimes when you're just like, there's a problem here, like I as a gamer and as a content creator can highlight there's a problem here. I might come up with solutions, but they might be too narrow-minded in addressing this. But I should be able to identify problems, but leave it to designers to design solutions. Anyone who's working as a developer or an architect know that you don't want the customer to design your solution for you. You want the customer to specify what the problem is and what they'd like to have the outcome, and then you figure out the best solution. So, are you planning on doing a content about FPS optimization? No, because I don't think it's relevant in. I don't know what game you're talking about, but I don't think it's relevant at all. You're not going to see any decreases in FPS in Factorio until you do mega basing, and mega basing is like, well, that's just, you just have to do that, and that's just the way it is. Supposed to help with the notion that you just delete factories after task. Yes, and I think that makes sense, that you sort of build something and build bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. But I do think that it has a little bit of an issue that everything has to come back to the single vortex in the middle. So I don't know. I don't know what they do. They can come up with all sorts of cool things that they do. Because I remember the first time they showcased trains, and it was just like, oh, this is just broken. How easy it is. Everything just broke as soon as you got trains. And then they took the feedback, basically a lot of the feedback that I gave them, and then they came up with a much more functional and much better train system. But I do think that cost, not cost in terms of sort of, I don't know, I don't know. Since cost is a weird thing, it's more like a cap there than a cost right now. Like, yes, platforms cost platform points, but you either have enough or you don't have enough. It's not like if you don't have enough, you can do something. Yeah, you can do more of the intermediate missions, but that kind of runs out as well. So I think that Shapes 2 is also something interesting if when something happens. But, you know, lots of interesting games. So, yeah. Cool. Let's jump into Factorio, if you don't mind. Good. Single player. Load game. And Masterclass. And that one. Ta-da! Oh, why are we here? So, what did we do last time? I know that Nuke Marine wrote a dissertation, which was a little bit insane, and I just looked at it and was like, there's no way I'd read all this shit. And it's a shame because it's probably well thought out and probably full of good ideas, but it's just too wordy. I'm not reading that much for input, and I wanted to do it, but I never got around to it. Did you think in do a achievement series in Factorio would be nice to watch? No. I don't think I have much of an interest in an achievement series, because that means I can't use the few mods that I need for just quality of life. So don't know, and I don't think it's going to be that particularly interesting. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think so. I just don't think that me playing another Let's Play of Factorio is going to do much until 2.1 comes out, I think. Like, I don't think like adding 30 episodes of random Factorioness on YouTube is gonna do much. And I don't have time for it on Twitch, but I do have time for it on YouTube. But I don't really think it's gonna be doing anything. Um, yeah, and it's not something I'm super excited about either. So that's also kind of a thing. Why is this? Oh shoot! They ran out. Damn. Hmm. Hmm. Like this. That's there you go. I get something. There you go. Hmm. Yeah, for me, I just think that I think that YouTube has also changed, and Factorio in itself is also less popular. So me throwing another 30 episodes of random YouTubeness on YouTube is not really going to do much. So what? Let me explain what I wanted to do here, based on the idea from last time, and that is we're going to be mining with quality modules, and then we're going to take the quality modules in, and then we're basically going to have two parallel things working. One that is fast and works for everything, like this, and one that is slow but quality. And then we take all the non-quality stuff into the fast one and all the quality stuff into that one. So it means we actually get less in here, but we only get the stuff that's uncommon or better quality. And then we get like a higher quantity in here. In the miner setup, since you can't do speed. Uh, Is there any benefit in utilizing efficiency? Yes, there is, but that's the you use less power. Hello, Randomax. Good to see you. C block, yeah. Okay, so this is our template. This is the fast one, as you can see. And I think I want this as well here. And it would be really cool if they could sort of be mashed in here together. Yeah, this one actually has to be moved up then. Yeah. Well, some of it's gonna work, and then we'll figure out the rest here. Now I think this is too high. Yeah. Hello, Matt. Good evening. Does it fit with stacking? Does it fit with stacking? Oh shit, this was the... Oh, where's my stacking thing? That's the stacking thing. Oh, right, that was the problem. Yeah, the problem was the stacking. Well... There's two tiles here, so we have to do the stacking one, you're right. I thought there was like... What was the reason? What was the caveat here? But... That was that one. I'd say yes. Yeah, it should be exactly the same, except different. This one doesn't have space for... Okay, so it's almost... It's a little close. Oh. It's actually off. There. Mm-hmm. And then I could... Let's do this first and then wonder about the consequences later. Or maybe that's just like this. No, this can't be right. Oh, right. Okay, yeah, okay. So this is anything that is higher quality goes back out. Yeah. There. But these I'd also like to get. Oh, here's another problem that this one actually has to be mirrored then, because this would require, yeah, so this has to be inverse, like that. Because you can see here, the gears go up, and the gears have to go up here. That's kind of... I do feel that I should do this instead. Would be nice if these could somewhat at least align, but nope. No alignment. And this one is... Oh, they also need... Uh-huh. Yeah, I like this better. Okay. I could also take these, like, a little bit closer. With side loading costs just, I don't know. Oh, right, this is actually true. The quality should not go down. Correct. It should never go down. That one can go here and these two go up. And that one will never be qualitied. Yeah. Yes. Good. So we might even just go like the normal one goes down and the going go up. That might actually be better. To just kind of do this then. It got better. Because now it's even more consistent in terms of saying, hey, quality goes up and things go down. Now I just need this one to be balanced, but I don't know if that's possible. So close. There. But that spacing is not the same as this spacing, is it? No. Oh, this also is too big. There. Okay, good. Oh, now these are not. Oh, right then. Why are you? Oh, because this is a... Damn. Now I'm also feeling this is poor. Like, would it be possible to make this more compact? Like, I feel that it could be. No, it can't, because then it'll be squeezed here, so no, unfortunately not. Or, hold on, maybe it can. No. No, they're gonna have to have two spots here, so they can't be more compact. That means this is fine. This will only delete ingredients from the... In the... What? Do the fast recyclers need stacking? They can't afford it. There's no space for it. But that is actually a true. They probably do need that, which just kind of ruins everything. So let's not assume that. Which is honestly true. It's this one that's more likely to jam because it's higher throughput. Yeah. But this is also coming in unstacked. If it was coming in stacked, then it would just jam instantly. So I do think there's a unfortunate merit to that. Which would mean that this whole thing is not gonna happen. Damn. But it's probably less of an issue here because it doesn't have as many things that it needs to deal with. This can now go here. This one can go here. Which means the whole thing can be moved one down. And that means the space we have here is not really enough. So they're obviously better because they have modules. Modules are better than... Oh, beacons are better than just having modules here, because I could also just do the same blueprint as this, but just smash speed modules into this part. But I don't think that's the right option either. And then I could potentially... No. Potentially nothing. That kind of... This is an essential part. Without this, we're just having issues. Whee!
Tales of our endeavors.
Juinger, thank you for the 5 gifties. Very much appreciated. Oh, see, Cherry got a gifty. Yeah, we need these as well, but that's not an intractable problem. The main problem is how to deal with this space here. 1, 2, 3. This needs 5 in between, basically. It could maybe make do with 4. I think. But then I'm not getting any of the gears in here, so this is a better build, I guess. But it still has to have 2 more spaces than it has right now. So how could I do that? I could do that only by sort of crunching it against the wall here, or I could kill these, but they are also essential, I think. Just thinking if there's some way of using like space here. Actually, maybe there is a way to do space here. Isn't there? On the sorting side, yes. Unfortunately not, because it's coming out here. Then I'd have to sort of shift it further down, which isn't really a big deal. It's a little bit annoying, but it can definitely be done. Let's see. These are now sort of... breaking out like that, and that means this one has to go like that. There. That's also an awful lot of this. Okay. I think we might be onto something. So let's say, oh, this one. What if I build it here? What would it? I mean, obviously it doesn't work unless I move this, but we can do that. We can take something that isn't going to be reprocessed, like batteries, for example, and move up, and then take the stuff that is reprocessed, because even though it's higher quantity, then it doesn't matter. If it comes in on this belt, it can also just flow further on the belt, so that should not be an issue. Let's start by making these here, and this is a little bit more annoying, I guess, because this can either be up or down. But it could be... Let's just jam it in here and see. What would that be like? Maybe like the quality goes up here, but then the non-quality goes down there. But it then doesn't take stuff from that, which I don't like. Because there'll be more throughput from the bottom one. Incorrect. Like this, for example. But then it only picks up from the bottom one and not from the top, which I think is a problem. And we have one more. That's just the... Separate quality, put the one on top. I think just ice and salt fuel on sorting side and you free 2 spaces. Let's use that as a bench. Let's try that. Oh, that's gonna be blowing up. Will those be now? But I don't really want to have them in the middle because that's... Alright, whatever. I'm gonna build them up here and then I don't know what that would look like. But let's pretend. Right, so this one, then that could get us, earn us 1 extra tile. Woohoo! And if we do the same thing with that one, then we just have to figure out how would this work up here. I guess we would have to take this further down. So it becomes more like this. Go straight in. These two. Little unbalanced, but good. And how would this work? It would basically be something like this. Unfortunately, we can't do 2 filters, but this filter would just annihilate everything. And then that would be done. That would be the end of it. And then I can do the same thing. Actually, this would just be... Yeah, we do store some, so it should actually only be the normal quality one that gets up here. Maybe it is actually okay to do it this way. No, there's no need. That's ice. Normal ice. This one is normal cubes. Good. Cubes go up here. That could work. You can move the 2 blocks to be one farther apart and be able to pick up from both sides. Don't understand that. Are you planning on doing a train logic tutorial video? I'm having a lot of trouble understanding the interrupt system. No, I'm not, because I don't think interrupts are very useful. I started designing it with interrupts, and the interrupts just messed up my system. And I was like, well, I have a perfect system that works before, so why make it more generic? Because that's really not what I wanted. So, train logic, I don't want to do a tutorial on something that the conclusion of the tutorial is you don't really need this function. It doesn't do much, so just use the old stuff. Which like I can talk about how interrupts work, but it's gonna be very theoretical, because ultimately when I need to build my train system, I don't like it. I just don't like it because I think it builds in some fragileness into the system that I don't like. And yeah, we don't need and aside from that, you only need trains like on Novice and also Fulgora, but you know, it's so simple. So yeah, it's the whole idea of train systems are just kind of moot at this point, unfortunately, but that is what it is. So maybe you did, it's not that you didn't understand it, maybe it's just that you couldn't see the efficiency of it, which is exactly the same how I feel. So, yeah. Wouldn't it just be so much easier to have these in the middle and then shunt this one up? That's so much better. So much better. Get you here. Get out of my way. Get this thing. One up. Because now if there are 4 tiles in between here, then this thing should be able to just be like this and then harvest from both sides. But it will be too much going on the inside belt, right? Yeah, the inside belt will be overstacked. Yeah, that is the problem. And we're back. Okay, so now this one has to move up as well. Flip. There. Okay, and then I just need to make sure that, well, that's actually pretty nice. This one works, except it would be like this. So it goes out here, and then it goes all the stuff that is, huh. That kind of feels weird, because why is it even going out here if it's going to be deleted anyway? Like, why am I even doing that? Why am I not just saying... Because it can't go anywhere else. If it goes through and it gets filled into these boxes, happy! But if it doesn't, then delete it. Should be the same with this one. So now I will do... Yeah. Like this. And then I need to take you. That goes here. And in. Yeah. So, is this design intended to outright replace the current 3.1 common scrap recycling setup? I don't know if this is going to be like a later edition or if it's going to be completely replacing it. I haven't really sort of wrapped my head completely around that yet. I think we're just building it, and then we'll see how good it is. And if it's really good, then it'll be like, oh, this is our life now. It's like nicely symmetric and good. And they're kind of unbalanced here, but that's a minor issue. We did manage to now get 4 tiles in the middle, which is what we wanted before, wasn't it? Yeah, that's what we were begging for. Okay. There you go. So now it's actually aligned. The power bolts are aligned. Woohoo! This can't be aligned though. No. And this one can't be aligned either, so doesn't matter. It'd be so much nicer to have. Like that. Filters on the logistics chests. Ah, yeah. That's a really good point. That one. Yeah. Okay, so I think I'm going to take a short break because it's 9 o'clock and I need to say goodnight to the kids. E2.1. We'll call it .1s here. Cool. So, be back in 2 minutes. Okay, welcome back. So we also have to fix it up here, and we have to do the same thing where it's not actually the same here. This one has to be like this because there could be what I'm gonna get in here is no, I'll never have normal quality anyway, so this one will never trigger, so it actually is the same thing. That one goes out. Dude. Only one Powerball. And this one will then be here. Yeah. And then these also need to be fixed. There. Okay, so oh, this is fixed. This is fixed. This is fixed. Oh, nice. But that was the only one. The ice cubes were not fixed. There. And I don't have anything that's locked to a legendary. Yeah, I think Fulgora is conceptually the best planet. I want Fulgora to be my favorite planet. Honestly, I think actually Aquilo is... when we talk about vibe, then Aquilo is my favorite planet. And sort of the essence of how they intended it... let's say... how do I say this? The intention of the planets. Not how it's actually implemented, but how it feels and how you should be addressing it and that kind of thing. Or maybe not should, but yeah, I don't know what I'm saying, but I love the idea of Aquilo with the heating thing. Amazing. Unfortunately, the lackluster thing is there's not much to do there, so you don't really milk build much. And I guess from their perspective, it was like, it's getting a bit long, so if we add a major planet here with a very advanced design mechanic, then maybe we'll just, people will never get beyond this. Too bad. They should have made something that was worthwhile sort of beyond that. Then Fulgora, I absolutely love the idea of scrap, but I think that there are some things missing. I've talked about like static enemies here, but I also think there's something else that's kind of... Yeah, I like it. I like Fulgora. I think it's just unfortunately... Yeah, oh, what I said last time was actually what I would think is a good fix, and that would be having some kind of advanced process or advanced scrap reprocessing so that it had lower quantity yields but higher quality yields. And not quality as in the feature quality, but basically less ice and solid fuel and gears and concrete, but more percentage-wise red, blues, and greens and stuff like that. That would be so much nicer, because then it would be like, okay, first we need to do stuff to build our base. Awesome. And now once we beyond that, let's do something else. Yeah, the Rune Planet. Yep, I love that. Let's see, which one? That's the... there's always these kind of things where I'm feeling like, oh my god, I don't want to do it. It takes forever. And then you do it and it's like, okay, it was 5 minutes. And here, this is interesting because this is not upgraded. I don't want... Oh, that's actually interesting. I will never get this. This cannot get normal quality, so I don't need this one. Because it's never gonna happen. Huh. They'll just be recycled. Because I don't want any of the quality holmium. I just want to throw it away. It's a little bit annoying that it's not symmetrical now. Is the symmetry more important than the accuracy? Because now it's like, oh, why is there one more between this? They're like, yeah, now they're shifted a little bit. It's all really low quantity, so I think I'm actually retaining it like this. Even though these will never be filled, then I'm just having it. I think there should be enemies on all planets to have something defensive on all. I think that the Volcanus one is really good. I also think that they could do... My suggestion for Fulgora would be that ruins include like turrets and mines and laser turrets and stuff like that. So it's static defenses, but you need to sort of... You need to think when going out and clearing. It doesn't have to be like roaming monsters. Yeah, Arthur Dunn, thank you for the 81 months. Oof, 81.
Welcome home.
81. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, I love the music here. It's so dreamy. Okay, so let me see. Now all of that is set up. This is set up. This is set up. This could... Do. Yeah. Right, so are we ready to send stuff in here? I'm not entirely happy about, but the thing is... No, I can't get any normal quality from up here. That's the beauty of it. Like, this is never gonna happen. Like, there's no need for having this. Because I can't get normal quality from up here. Like, that doesn't happen. It's only gonna get from here. Yeah. Interesting. I only used quality holmium to make more of the same sludge because it kept running low, but increasing scrap processing throughput fixed that. Yes. But quality holmium is not worth the hassle. Yeah, I mean, you get it. You can basically say, like, if you're looking at this, then it's 16%. So can you afford to lose 16% of your holmium? That's something, right? And it might be holmium constrained at some point, and then you could have gotten not even at 16%, but at least like 15 of it converted, or 14% of the holmium could have been converted into uncommon quality holmium sludge, and then put back into the same sludge filter, right? But it's actually interesting how much simpler that one ended up being. Because I will never have any non-quality up here. Ah, one off! Yeah, damn it. There. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You don't want to uncommon gears into uncommon boxes? It probably is a good idea. Then I have to have one of these also being there. And yeah. Yeah, I think that's good. I love this. This is really nice if it works. Woo. Okay. We need to get our filter thing here. How much? What's the speed of this? Plenty. I wish I could remember how to do this. Is that the correct filter thing? Yeah, maybe. I think so. Ah. Oops. Oh, but it's not powered then. Does it need power all the way over here? I guess it does. Doesn't need to reach this. That works fine. Slowly. We'll get over here. Could we just make some city blocks here? It's Fulgora. Fulgora block. With the good one. Oh. I don't want that one. Why is there not the nicer Fulgora city block with the better power poles here? Or the better... Yeah, I don't know. Okay, then we just do this city block. Boop, boop, boop. This is the complete pattern that covers everything then. Okay, and down here. Oops. Yeah. Man must have principles. Okay, so what are we doing here? Then here we are going to take the quality or higher. Yeah. And then we're gonna jump. We're gonna do the same thing here. And that's gonna go in. Oops. Kind of feels a little dumb to do it this way. There, same distance. Looks better. Oops. And here we go. Exciting! The horror, yeah. What the hell? What is not working? Oh! That's a funny coincidence. Did anyone remind me of this, or was that just me being... Yeah, or were we all blind, basically? Yeah, so this one needs to go faster, which it doesn't. Let's see. Ooh, that actually is a problem. Because this just won't keep up. This can only consume 12.8 per second, and that is no way and nowhere enough. Oops. Yeah, that's the next thing. Oh, these ones are actually rare quality, but these are not rare quality. And the next thing is updating the beacons. We are running on 2x speed, so that's why it feels a little fast. Yeah, this one is definitely not a good idea. Okay, so this one can only consume 12.5. That's definitely not enough. So, kill this and replace it like this. Then it can do 48. I don't know what that's... Oh, are we even getting stone? Stone is coming out on this belt. Okay, so stone should be picked up here. Yes, but not much. Oh. It's not actually fast enough, this one. So maybe I need 2 of these? I think it's also better to do it this way. Even though that's not working. It should try to put it in after it has been put out first. Yeah. Because otherwise the belt will be too full anyway. It has to be emptied a little bit. This one is jammed. Why? Well, I think that's a pretty fair reason why it's jammed. Oops. Oops, that's gonna be weird. Okay, so now it's actually stalling because it's not processing enough of the quality products. But I think that's a temporary thing. I hope. Make the gear cyclist rare. Yeah, that's a good point. That helps. Then you get up to 76 per second. But they're not picking up. Oh, because this belt is full. Oops. Which it's gonna happen for a while now, until this has circled a few times. I'm believing that it's not gonna jam because of this. It would seem too illogical for me that it would jam because of the quality items. You can see this one is also cleaned up, but this one is just a little slow. I want to see when this one is empty here. This is still obviously a little bit of a sightedness issue, but as soon as we get past here, then we can also start outputting. Well, actually none of this can be output, but this can be. These ones will start flowing again, which means we can remove some of the gears from the other side. I believe that it's going to be self-balancing, but it does kind of look a little bit problematic right now. It doesn't, like, right here is where it jams. Okay, so it's jamming. There we go. Finally that one starts. Cool. But then, of course, the other one, top one is not going to be... as soon as this one gets out here, and this one, yeah, so now they can start working again. Great. This one doesn't have anything problematic output. Okay, so it's almost balanced out now. But I'm also just feeling that there's a lot of gears that pass by. Like, we have gears here. What are they doing? There were a lot of red circuits that had to go through, and that's why suddenly a lot of green circuits. Yes! But now we're stuck with gears, and the gears thing bother me because are you not consuming this fast enough? No, it's only going 12 point something here. Like, it's not actually consuming enough gears on the top belt. On the other hand, now it might be. Now we don't see as much going through now. Look at that. There was still like a huge blitz. So a lot of gears are still going by. Oh, and the other one has jammed now. Why is that? Well, I do think that's actually a valid excuse as well. Honestly, these should not have any because the only thing that gets here is the stuff that's already been filtered, so. I kind of like this kind of thing where things just... where it's jammed and then we have to figure out, and they're like, typical. And eventually we'll sort this out. Like, this is deleting 16 per second, or 12 per second. This thing here, there's not actually that much deleting it. That increases a little bit more. Okay, so I'm hoping that it will free up. Gear recycler is normal quality. Again, yes. Which now we can get another... That's 20 per second. I don't know if that... I don't feel we should be able to get more than 20 per second of this, but... Also, like, we really don't want... We don't like these gears. Is it because the gears have already filled up? Yeah. Oh, right, because the uncommon ones we don't care about. We only care about higher quality. But not a single... Isn't that a little bit weird? Oh. Okay, yeah, we didn't fix all of them. I don't get why the other ones here, are we just not getting any... Like, why is every single one... The only thing I can think of is, have I not unlocked... No, I have not unlocked epic quality. You're fucking kidding me. Oh, that's so silly. I think I understand why it didn't work then. Like, every time something is not working, it's always like such a good explanation. Like, yep, that would explain it. Oh, right, I looked at this one and then I got distracted. Lo and behold, I got distracted. What are the odds? Okay, it's not many gears that pass by here. Like, On this stretch, there are not really many gears. These are incredibly efficient at removing shit. Oh, there are a few gears that got by. But that's not much. Like, this really reduces a lot of the throughput. And so does this. Are we not able to keep up with this? Is it jamming now? Yeah, it's jamming because of this. So, these are actually not fast enough. Okay, well. I can't have this being a bottleneck. That just doesn't make any sense. You also need to grind. No ingredients. Yeah, they're struggling with output here. Very much struggling on the output. How so? There's a lot of gears that still pass by here. By the way, did these have a constraint? No, they didn't. Still the cubes, you have to go through the stockpile. Yeah. I would also imagine that it's fast enough, but it's only just barely fast enough. But it's just the ridiculous amount of gears that this recipe has. It's so annoying. Like, and the worst thing is it's my fault. That's the worst part of it. It is exclusively my fault. I wish we could sort of get 2 lines out here. Stupid gears. Oh, they're on the win. So everything that's not gears can bypass. But this one is stuck because what? Because it can't output because stupid gears. Also interesting, why does this only stack to 4? Why does it not stack up to 16? Oh, because it has to unload before it picks up a new stack. Yeah, so now we're actually in a position where it never does this. This one is stuck, and because it's stuck, it will never unstuck itself. Yay. Yeah. And this one will be the same because it's full. Because the boat is full, it won't be able to make it not full. How would we solve that problem? Like, this is not the way to solve it. So let's just skip this one. Yeah, gears only built for upcycling? Probably. I don't know how I would do that, but... I think it would... Let me just take that out. And then basically say... This one is then gears only. And then you'd have to have something like this. But it has the same issue. Something like this. Don't know why this is not clean. Oh, because of that one. That's definitely better. And then this one will be the one that got kicked out. But this one is not fast enough. Oh, this one actually has a constraint, but that constraint is irrelevant. So working target pull, working target pull, working target pull. Yeah. After chest insert. I don't like that idea. Because I'd like to actually have it empty. Because then we risk actually getting into the problem that it jams. Now in this case, if I can't consume the gears fast enough, then it jams here, but the other ones should still be able to flow through, right? Let me just try something. Yeah, everything else can still flow through, even though this is blocked. That's actually kind of neat. So it'll only, well, install here, which will eventually install everything else, so there's not really much difference to it. But it's always the stupid gears. Like, we spend an inordinate amount of time on the gears, and then we have the problem now. Though these two here are still gonna have the same problem as before. Well, now it's kind of solved itself somehow. It's a lot of steel, which goes in here. Look at the number of boxes we have on this belt, actually. It's kind of crazy. We have the option of putting them out on both sides. But now this one's kind of empty because it's actually flowing quite close to a full belt. Well, maybe not, but it's flowing. It's a pretty good flow. During the playtest event, one participant complained that the recycler didn't produce enough gears. Yes, that's true. And unfortunately, he is kind of a loudmouth in the community. So Vaslo and Kovarex actually listened to him, and that they shouldn't have. That's the general problem. You shouldn't listen to content creators ever. There you go, ever. No matter what. So I guess this is, I mean, I would kind of say this is about as fast as we can do it, but of course we can always just update these and put some that'll make it a lot faster, but it'll probably not really make it realistically faster because it's going to be output constrained. Like these ones are already output constrained, so this one will just kind of get stuck faster because it's still constrained to 2 full belts out. Hey, Shorty, 2. Thank you for the prime. Welcome.
We are building an army.
Never listen to me, especially when they say like and subscribe. Exactly. On the gear processing, maybe add a few speed modules in the box making. Yeah, or beacon. I mean, they are flowing. As long as these are flowing, then I'm not constrained. That's the thing, right? That's... As long as it's flowing, it's not a real problem yet. As long as... When they start stuttering, then I'll agree. But you're absolutely right. That these are just not fast enough. And a beacon here would be awesome, except that it would also ruin a lot of other things, but... Yeah. It might unfortunately be that I have to do this, but that completely destroys the quality, right? Now it's only 9.5 quality. Oops. And then it's 16. Yeah, it not only just makes it faster, it also... Yeah, it... Nope. I think it's better to just have one more of these. But hey, look at this. This one's idling. Why does it suddenly not have a problem? Despite us improving everything, or... Huh. Was that really... That one... Did that make all the difference? I think it might have. But there's also another part of like, there has to be something that's the bottleneck. Okay, so let's... They have also saturated on pretty much everything. Not everything. These have definitely not saturated, but... Now that I don't understand. Oh, right, that's probably just brought here. Right, yeah, because... Yeah, okay, yep. That one, right? So this one just gets brought up into here. So that's why we have it. We'll never be actually getting something through here. That's also weird because it's not the right one. I fixed it, but I didn't fix it properly. So that one is still there. Okay. Yeah, we can see there's some tile stuck here. Shouldn't have been. Be something. Best case is that the belt inputting raw scrap is about it. Yes. Yeah, ideally we'd see this one flowing, but if that was flowing, then I would be just, my conclusion would just be like, oh, the whole thing can do more throughput. So as long as it's, I think ideally you want to control which one is the bottleneck, but there are other things that are almost a bottleneck, because then you haven't really overscaled something significantly. So there's three things that are almost a bottleneck, and one of them is the actual bottleneck. Cool, let's leave it like that. Like, I love it when people say, oh, removing bottlenecks. I'm like, no. You can't. If you're removing a bottleneck, you're just shifting it to another bottleneck. There will always be something that's going to constrain your production. And it's just, okay, choose what it is. Is it the input flow? Usually, you'd want to have it being the input is the constraint. So everything that comes in gets processed in a smooth line all the way through. Have you done quality on novice? We don't do quality on novice, not really, and not like this. And we haven't really done it on Volcanus. So this one is kind of the first sort of dedicated quality factory where we make quality raw components. On Fulgora, no, on Novice and on Volcanus, we have quality factories in the sense that we take raw resources in, only raw, and then we make it into, we try to upcycle it and replace it if it doesn't get in. And then eventually we'll have enough. So it's different philosophy of upcycling. Here we're upcycling to get raw materials, and the other places we upcycle just to get the finished product. Which one's better? Yes. generally anything that is I would say, how can we define which strategy is better? If all the components or of the all the ingredients of a product are things that you have in quality, then it's better to do that part. So let's say assemblers. If I want to make, that's a bad example. Power poles. Power poles is a good example. So power poles, yeah, sure, these are just trivial things. Let's just get those ingredients here. But if you want to get something like, I don't know, something annoying. Yeah, if you want this quality, then suddenly you want quality uranium, quality Bidrex, that's quality capture rod rockets. No. Then it's just probably easier just to create them normally and then put a quality in here so that there's a chance that it spawns as quality. Generally, that's how I would do it. One belt of scrap, would that be enough? Probably. Unfortunately, yes. Unfortunately, probably yes. Oh, it's already split here. No. Because it's also, it's not 240. It is minus some stacking or multiplied by 0.84. So it's only 200 coming in now. So this is 200 scrap. So that's not actually enough. That's actually kind of a relief for me that it is more than a full belt that I'm consuming. Although this looks shit. Why is this having issues processing? That's the whole part about like switching things up. Less than 16 is also a little bit excessive, isn't it? Couldn't it just be 8, maybe? This feels weird, right? Like, it's actually stacking up now. It's unable to. Now it's probably gonna. Oh, okay, it's stalling here, but it's also stalling here. Okay, well, if both of them are stalling, then they are close to the same bottleneck, which is nice. So the max stack on the stack inserters. Would you have to do that? Yes, maybe. That's a good point. But then I would just as well do it for 4 because it's not the swing speed of this one that's gonna be relevant. So I'm gonna set this to 4. And then I'm gonna set you to 4. Because I really don't want so much crap stored in here. Maybe that's not a good idea. Really? There's nothing that... Okay, so 8 is not a problem, but 4 was actually seemed to be a little bit of a problem, doesn't it? No? 4 is also not a problem. Yeah. It just means that I have less junk. So that's kind of good. And aggressively outbound. This one might be a problem. Because this is faster, so it might fill up too fast, and I don't know. We'll try it. Let's see if they actually empty it. Oh, there's a significant amount of junk in here. It's swinging and... Patient bell is not a bottleneck. So I'm gonna look for this one. Are we actually? Yeah, okay. So now it's only two items that are too much, and then it should get into sort of a steady state. And now we are steady state. Good. So they will gradually get into steady state, and of course the further down it'll take a little bit. No, it won't take longer. But these ones, oh, 1.2. This might take a while to get this into a steady state. It's also the last one to input here. Yeah, getting this one under control is crazy. Like, how did that mess up so badly? T 1.9? What? This is just generating so fast. So now it doesn't feel right. Now this feels really bad. But on the other hand, you can also say that this box will never be quality components. So here it might actually be better to have it 16 so it unloads bigger chunks at a time. But it does kind of puzzle me a little bit why it's so bad at getting rid of stuff.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Illustrious champion. Thank you. Who is that? That old sweat hand. I can't. I keep reading it wrong somehow. Okay, so now this one. It's still this one. We just watched it get to 0, and now it's bad again. Like way too many things in the filter list, and it just can't get rid of that. Look, it can't get rid of it. It's simply processing too fast. And the belt is not full, so this is actually where... Hello, Samagod. Oh, I didn't copy inserters. Nope, that's correct. Good spot and welcome. This. There you go. Let's try again. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7 filters. 5 filters. 6 filters. 5 filters. 4 filters. Good. 4. Get down to below 4. 3 filters. Good. 2 filters. Good, 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 good. We're getting there. We're getting there. Can we get to 1 or even 0 filters? Okay, 1 filter. That's the hard one to get rid of. Okay, so it gets to 0 filters now. And now this one got messed up. Like, what the hell? How did that get messed up? And now it's throttling the normal ones because it's... this is... I didn't do anything about you. How did that just mess up? That's so weird. Like, how did that just suddenly get messed up? I guess it's also leaking a lot of stuff from down here up. Like, more quality stuff. Yeah, this is just full of quality. You're also trying to get rid of some quality here. I think it's actually this one that has caused it. Because this one is now stuck. This one's now stuck because like, okay, you're kind of getting there, and then it gets stuck here. Which means that it's not picking up the good old concrete. We really want these to always work. Can play at 16 feet for a bit? Yeah, that's a good idea. But it's just really hard to see what's going on the belt. Like, now I've already lost track of what's going on, and I really want to see... Okay, so now it's settled. It bounced out. This one will now be able to pick up more. But it... There. That might actually make a difference. Because now they come out as stacked, and then only the stuff that isn't, that's higher than rare, will get out as not stacked. Because this one, when it comes out in batches of 10, so we really want it stacked. But then I think I should do the same thing for this, right? No, it should be equal to. These are equal, yes. And this is greater than. Yeah, we haven't looked at legendary yet. No, that's true. We can do that. Legendary! Woo! Yeah, this one is having trouble. So now it's throttling because the quality one can't keep up. That feels so weird that the quality one is going to be the bottleneck, but I honestly think that it is. This is the reason why it's getting in trouble, because there's so much that gets added to this belt. You can see down here. This is the culprit, and this is also the reason why it's the top belts that are stalling. Yeah. There we go. Maybe that'll do something. No, it won't do much. It won't really solve anything. It'll compact the belt a little bit more, but it won't be able to build it out here. A balancer for the belt. See, now it's not a problem anymore. So suddenly, whoop, no problem. No problems at all. A little bit. Still has to go through this to not be a problem. Come on, eat the belt. Nom 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 nom. I mean, I could make a balancer here. There's room for it. Here I don't really have room for it, but I also don't have a need for it for some reason. It's funny that this is the one that needs a balancer. But at least it'll consume evenly, and then it'll be more evenly which ones get staggered here. I think that we're reaching a point where we see bottlenecks sort of everywhere based on the variance, which is good. Moving bottlenecks in this case is very good, because that means that there are many things that are almost a bottleneck. And I think we can keep tweaking and tuning and not really get much more out of it. I think it's really nice. Trigger roundabout. You're after Aquilo doing quality but ignored legendary. Yes, so don't see the problem of that. As long as this one is greater than or equal to, yes. Then we'll also end up with some legendaries in here. Maybe. Maybe. But that's because the reason why I didn't research legendary was because this is also intended to be something that potentially could be done a little bit earlier, before we have legendaries. And this could actually just replace our original, like this one. Instead of having a train come in here and filter in here, then we could have a train come in and do both normal and quality components immediately. And then we'd actually be in the process or in the position to build quality components. The question would then be, or the next question would be, okay, so now we have a lot of quality components. We have a lot of quality gears. Yay! Now what? Lots of quality. I don't know why I have quality of this, by the way. I shouldn't have. And quality ice as well? No. Should not have. But doesn't that just mean that all of this is useless? Yeah. Anyway, but a little bit of quality here. Interesting that we haven't gotten a single legendary yet. There's one legendary, 12 legendaries. Yay! So there's something legendary here. But not much. It's very little in terms of legendary. I'm just kind of wondering if there's a problem with it. But they should be picked up. Really shouldn't have anything legendary going through, hopefully. Quality ice chest with 2 extra cyclers. Yeah. That's kind of... That might actually be... So close to being just squeezed in here. Don't like it goes all the way up. And there's no other way to build these recyclers. Quality ice mixed with quality solid fuel gives clean quality power. What? Like, I both like it and dislike it. This part. Yeah. Move it balance on sun. Thank you, Ectoplasma. We get the same out. So it's just, again, like we're slowly tweaking, but then we have a lot of quality. So now the next point is, what are we going to use it for? It's also interesting how do we even get the quality plastic? Oh, right, that's because of uncommon quality red circuits that flow through. So maybe we should, after the break... Oh, I forgot my break. I'd like to get some input from you guys about what should we use our quality items for. The most logical for me is quality modules, but then what about the rest? Is there anything else we should sort of already start saying, hey, let's just make quality modules here? You'll reprocess any legendary. You might want to have 1 box epic and 1 box for legendary. Yeah, but yeah. Left side. Cool. Yeah. Good point. Good point. Right, I'm gonna let you run. And then actually we'll just bump it up 1 speed here, so. And then just so that we can see what after a little run time, then what is the problem then? Be back in 2 minutes. Alright, we're back. Sorry for the delay. Modules are a big problem for me. I was starting upgrading the science, but I don't have enough modules production. Yes. Nuclear centrifuges. Systems legendary starting with quality modules. Yeah. So better modules, recyclers, and beacons. Yeah, I think recyclers is the big one because we actually need a lot of recyclers here. So I think recyclers is the #1 priority, and modules. So yeah, it'd be super cool to have a constant combinator with the list of things and amounts in priority order, and let the amount of things you get determine the recipes and assemblers. Yeah, I don't do that. I know that it can be done. I tried in the beginning to mess with it, and it just becomes edge case upon edge case upon edge case. Like, oh, what about the recipe? And what if you don't have enough? And what if it gets stuck? And what if it changes the recipe while you're building something? What if it, and how? And it's just, it was a nightmare. So someone who loves programming challenges have already solved this with a million billion combinators, and that's fine. I don't like that for two reasons. The real reason and the official reason. So the official reason is that that it's too complicated to explain, and therefore I don't really like it for for my masterclasses. The real reason is, of course, I can't figure it out, so I can't really show you something I can't figure out myself. So, but I generally don't like those circuit magic, because then you leave the game for 2 months and come back and you stare at it and you have no clue what's going on. And even worse, there's 1,000 of you who do that and then come to me and go like, well, why is it when I'm doing this? And they're like, I don't know. I just don't know. I have no clue. It was a stroke of genius that I made it work, and now I don't know how it works anymore. Like, no one who's a programmer can come back to their code, that intricate code, like many months later, and just instantly debug it. You have to sort of spend some time to figure out, what the hell was I thinking? Why am I multiplying by 2? That does not make any sense. So, the steel chest in the cycler output with provider chest, cutting down on things on the belt. Yeah. I'm not, I don't know. Because you will also have robots flying there, and then things get picked up and then they fly back. So I don't like that generally. So yeah. Smoothest cycler pipeline you've ever made. It hasn't stalled for a long time. Yes, that's good. That's true. Like, it was just stuttering a little bit. I noticed it. There. And the throughput is, well, less than 2 belts, but more than 1 belt. Okay, so let's start looking at what are the things we'd like to make in rare quality, because I think it's really the rare quality that's gonna be the main part. So we want to make okay, what else? Beacons. Beacons are also things that are made entirely out of stuff we have available. So that's also... Oh, that's done here. That one. How are we making legendary homeland plates? We're not. Like, I'd like to make this one, but then I also have to make the intermediates. And all this is stuff we have. And then we have to make you as well. I think this will also be a good place to do things that are heavy on gears. So, what's really heavy on gears? That one. Going to require speed 1 to 1. I am well aware of that. But this one was just made... I just made this one because it's used for here. So all of this is quite here gear heavy. So what else could we potentially think that we would want to make in higher quality and ship to other planets where this would be where we want to make it? Robots? Flying robot frames, steel batteries. Yeah, I think so. But that's nightmarish to make. Roboports are definitely a thing. Why is this a different color? There's like a different color background on this one, on the Spidertron. Like this is because I don't have it. I can't make it. But this one I can make. But there's a different color background, right? Yeah, weird. Not research yet. Is that it? Yeah, probably. Yes, it is. Ta-da! Yeah. Well, let's go over here. That one? But that's red circuits. We really don't want to use stuff like red circuits. I mean, oil refineries and chemical plants, but would we ship those over? Yeah. Accumulators, sure. Solar panels. Pumps, I don't know. The pumps seems like such a small thing that it's such a cheap one. Definitely not belts. Personal armor, that might be a thing. Like the personal armor parts, but then again we have the problem with can't do the uranium fuel cells, so that's not a thing. Solar cells, yeah. Well, that was also useless, but this one, nope. Batteries, sure. This battery, sure. This battery, yeah, except we don't have supercapacitors, a higher quality though. Electric engines. But I think that in this case, like if I make a rare personal roboport, then I'm sitting here with a rare personal roboport, and then I would need rare processing units. That's not a problem. Rare superconductors. I don't have that. In order to use the rare personal roboports for something. It's not super enticing, to be honest. Like stuff like gun turrets would be an amazing thing to make, because they are expensive in things that we have plenty of. And laser turrets as well. I think these are very valuable to make here. Oops. For our future ships and stuff. This one, also dirt cheap. One-time casino little build. I don't know. I don't really think so. I think I'd much rather, if I wanted to make a legendary, or when I want to make a legendary mech armor, I'd rather be spending the time to get, just like that, you just click it, then it's done. I'd rather spend the time on getting 100 legendary this, 200 legendary this, and then get a 100% guarantee to get it, rather than keep rolling the dice and having to make new power armors every time. Yeah, and you only need a few. Exactly, this it's lower quantity, so it's not really super exciting to do that. It should be stuff like, yeah, stuff like this, because you need it for all your spaceships. If you just go, oh yeah, oh right, that's a good idea. Maybe spaceship parts, like electric engines. All of this spaceship parts could actually be interesting to do, I think. Also really. Like how we get superconductors. Yeah, well then we have to figure out how to get holmium. Holmium is unfortunately just nightmarish to upcycle. It's like the worst thing to upcycle. Yeah, like this is nice, this is nice, this is not nice, and this one we already have, but it would require this not nice. Yeah, I think there's definitely a good argument for getting rare quality blue sticks. But that's making an upside. Have so much holmium or that I'm thinking of gambling it. That's weird, because that's not how it usually goes. I mean, obviously this is also how I feel right now, but because everything has just been running for idle for so long. But from an upcycling perspective, how do we? No, how do we say this? Yeah, if I want to make higher quality holmium, which I do, then first thing I should say is, what do I need it for? I need it for this one, this one, this one, not the other things. No, not really. But we need it for the superconductors and the supercapacitors. And what do we need this one for? This one we need for quality modules. Yes, very important. Not that. This one, not really. Cryogenic plants, no. Because then we'd have to have quality lithium plate, which I don't have. Also, this can be made in a cryogenic plant, and in a cryogenic plant you can put 8 modules, so you actually get a really high chance of improving. You get 32% chance of getting a higher quality, which is pretty good. Yeah, I don't really know what I need. This is what I need the quality for. The quality blue sticks. And this one. But this is also, again, not used for very much. Quality tester turrets. Maybe? No, not really. There's not really anything here. Lightning rods don't need to be higher quality. Rare quality is where you be at? That one. Legendary holmium. Boop. Like that. So let's have a look at it and just see what it is. Which is just basically getting inbound here and then deleting everything in order to recycle this part. So we're just basically having... Oh shit, it's such a nightmare what I just did. I actually wanted to build it outside of... There. Okay. It still does that. That was the whole point of not doing that. I'm useless. Okay. So this is how I upcycle. And it worked pretty well. This is in legendary quality, it makes 1 per second, I think. Anyway, go away. Quality for the upcycler buildings to increase the chances for things you can't craft straight away. Get better quality for the upcycling buildings. So go first for quality modules, recyclers, and implement. Yeah. Yeah, I also think that maybe this is maybe less relevant, but I think here, let's see, beacons, modules. That one's difficult because it requires that. So that's what I'd also like, but I need an absolutely ungodly amount of production for rare electric units, which is not a big deal, but it's just a giant build. Why normal inserters? Why normal inserters? What do you mean? Why I'm using normal inserters up here? Because I'm not really expecting to have enough, and since it's not a bottleneck anyway. And higher quality stack inserters are nightmare. So. Okay, this is actually not bad. This is kind of emptying. It's actually flowing really well now. I mean, it's still flowing really well. Oh, you mean like normal, like the yellow inserters? It's just a prerequisite here. So that's why. Yeah, what would be the first thing we want to do? We also need to make modules, of course, which is the worst part. Let's make a module factory. What would that look like? For modules, you need holmium. Yeah. And tungsten carbide. Quality tungsten carbide is also awful. Quality biters. Quality spoilers. Whatever. Ah! Yeah, this is really bad. To be honest, this way of upcycling... Where the hell are you? This one. It's actually quite neat. And what I then have to do is... this one stops when there's enough of the normal quality. But it could also stop... It could also just be keep going so that it's actually... keep recycling until I have this one going. That's also an option. Like, for example, requesting normal quality if it is higher than... if the content is higher than something else until something, right? But production volume is... yeah, the production speed is awful here. Absolutely. But I really like this idea. It works so well. I think. And I'm just... the next thing I'm thinking about, like, okay, how could we make this better? Well, we can make it better in two different ways. If we make the electromagnetic plants rare quality, that's 60%. If we make the modules rare quality, then that's more. This is currently 12.5, and then it goes up to 20% if we upgrade it. That's a great way to make this go faster and produce more. Then the only thing is that now it stalls when we have a fixed number of that, but we could also have it be a fixed number of that. And then of course these here would then restart again. And they're not. Disabled by control behavior. Like that. But then I would also have to say, you are now dismantling all of the normal quality here. And then like this. So these are now higher quality. How fast are we producing? Not fast. 0 per minute, 13.5 per minute, and 20% of those that means 2.7 per minute are uncommon quality. That means 0.27 rare quality per minute. Oh, well, a little bit more because we also get better quality items out of this. Yep, that one should also be upgraded, of course. Yep, recycler also needs rare quality. Why is this idling? What? Oh, shoot. Yeah, that's not working. Huh. Because this one also gets like normal components out. So I need one more out. There you go. That's why it wasn't working. And this one has 16% recycler. For quality and normal quality? I don't know why. That shouldn't be necessary. This is fast enough. It would be nice to get a sense of how much this would be, because we're now also able to request things in here when they get here, and this will complete. And the ratio is the same, so or actually it isn't fast enough, or is it? I don't know. How many normal quality ones do we have? 529. These ones are annoying to have. How do we get rid of that? Where's that output? That output here? But, there's something missing. Because I am actually accruing these. And because they are, when I deconstruct this, I'll actually get those, and they need to be put out here on this belt as well. And I'd really love to put it out here, but I can't really do that. Okay, I can't do these edits here. Yeah, this one really wants to be positioned here because that's the greens in and out. Yeah. There's no way that I can get this to go out on the wrong side of the belt. Is there? It'd have to be like a sign like this that goes. No, I can't do it. I can't do that. The only place is I have to build a box here. And this one, I'll just do that. But I don't think this works because I think this actually will fill up. This will mean that there will be too much inbound here. And that means, because the ratio between the initial ones and the rest are still 1-to-1. So this will just fill up the belt, and then this one will be unable to enter, and then it'll still be producing this while the rest will just be stuck in a box here. So I don't really think it's going to matter much. As long as I can't put it in on... I'd love to put it in here or here, like before that one goes in. Can't figure it out. Request a tier 2 before making new ones. Okay, so this one would be looking at the... Only do that when this is less than 10. Right? Or something.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Hey Jamjo, thank you for joining, and thank you for the 38 months. Long since I caught you live. It has indeed. Life has won recently. Yeah, that's... It comes and goes, that life thing. Not sure this actually works. Because it's still producing here. Maybe this one actually has to be online, because I do think that there's... Are we still online? Just seeing like welcome to chat room spinning, and now suddenly Discord was popping up. So if we're still online, please say something. Good, thank you. We back? Oh, we're back? Were we away? Confused by underground from the outside. No, I couldn't. There was not enough room for it with the inserters. It was offline. Oh no! You showed offline. Oh no. Yeah, so there was something. Let me just check stats here on... Stream was disconnected. Attempt to reconnect 3 minutes ago. No drop frames, but it was disconnected for a couple of... for a minute or something. So, good that we're back. Still on stream. Can someone, moderator, just say something if it's not working? Refresh stream if you cannot see me. Boop. There you go. Good old caps lock. Okay. So, 2 ways of upcycling. No, 3 ways of upcycling? I don't know. Million ways. I need to just get this one down, otherwise I get... Alright, let's walk through the different ways of upcycling. This is the potentially the best way. That one. So we create these, and we deconstruct them, we create them, deconstruct them, and then we get some holmium. It is a big endeavor, but it can be done exclusively in scrap. That's one way. The other way, and it's not great, is like that. Just simply get it in here and then recycle it. It is not as bad as it sounds like, I think. Because I was looking at this from the production of Legendary. And Legendary, then you need 1,906 Holmium plates to get one Legendary, which is absolutely atrocious. But that's not as bad in case we only need to go up to rare. Because then it's... And then let's assume that we do this one. Then that is 16% quality. So there's 0.16% chance of getting a quality. And a tenth... a quality higher than uncommon. That means it starts rolling as a uncommon. And then there's a tenth of a chance of that. Of it being one higher quality, which is... I hate that it's not the same quality, but it's just 1/10 chance. Which means that for every... It's 1.6 for every 100. That's not bad, actually. Like, what do we think? I'm feeling that we can just do this brute force method, and it actually works quite well. Because you can also recycle the uncommon. Oh, right, yeah, that's true. It's true. So the uncommon ones get recycled and they become itself. Yeah, okay. Okay, so let's start building something that would be... Let's start by making one of these fellas here, because that's the weirdest thing that's here. And this cannot be higher quality. Well, it could be like this. So we'll start by making it higher quality Holmium. Which is already like 16% chance. This stuff is too common for me. Yeah, it's too common for me. Quality Holmium plates, yes. And this one just comes from the solution, so this one's fine. And then we can't do any modules on it, speed modules. So this is producing 4.8 per second. And... let's, we are in a test world, so let's just embrace the test. So what would this be like? This one would be, if it's rare quality or higher, then I'm happy. And put it in a, I'll put it in a steel box for now. And if it is to lower, then let's just get it into the same one. No, I think that's not actually a great way to do it. I think it's better to do it this way. If you're rare or lower, then do that. So now I want to see if what speed is this. This can consume 6.4, but it produces 1.6. So it's a net 4.8, which is exactly the same as this one's producing. That's crazy. Which means that I could be doing something like this. Oh, this is not good. Because it could also output higher quality out here. And that would be bad. There. I'm wondering if we can keep up. I think we can. Because each of these should be consuming net 4.8. And this one's 4.8. And each of these are producing at 4.8. And then there will be some of it that will be excluded. Now, wouldn't this be nice if I could actually do something so that it... it would be more symmetric. Yes, I think we can. Don't care about all this now. Which one's the output? That's that one. No, it doesn't really work. I was kind of thinking maybe we could do something like... that only picks up one of them. And then on the other one, it's like this. And then it only picks up that one. That means this and this are the two. Yeah, but there is no way for me to gap two next to each other and put them into one box. That's the problem. I kind of wanted to just have everything consolidated into one box. But what if I just do this? That means everything gets consolidated into that box. Yeah? And that one. Then this one doesn't exist. Yeah. So you go in there and you get picked up. You go in there, and you go in there, and that's coinciding with this one. I'm trying. Maybe this is really silly, but it's aligned, and this one. Good. Let me try this. Wonder if it's actually fast enough. No? Not fast enough. Haha, use a train car. That's brilliant. Oh, I hate it, but I hate it, but I love it. Let's do it. Let's do the cursed trains, because it has more panache. We know you can be there, so just doesn't need this much space, but the problem with this is that it doesn't work with blueprints, and I kind of like things working with blueprints. And then everything in, but only brought that back. Yeah. And then like that. This is not working. I really think that I should be able to do it with one less. There was like, you'd have to be really careful and then it would suddenly snap, right? I remember, yeah, I saw it. There's 1 pixel. Damn it. Where was it? There. We're running at 2x speed, so that's why. Let's just let it run for a bit and see if it stalls or works or whatever. This actually looks like a pretty neat idea, except for the storage here, the curse storage. And how much are we consuming? We're consuming... Oh, let's not do per minute. Let's go back to seconds. 128. So let's go. Let's go. That can only be done in these users once. And this one is 10 per second, and this one is 64 per second. Beacon. But not beacon for everything else, but beacon for this one. Or... still not even enough. Damn. This is 25. So if we actually had, let's say 5 of these, then I think it would actually be pretty good. Then it would be pretty close to good, but and a beacon. Still not. Why no rare speed modules? Yeah, that's also a good idea. The reason was because then I was like, well, this should be rare too, this should be rare, and then this one should be rare, and this one, and then everything is rare, and then whatever, and then it doesn't really make a difference. Okay. Oh, okay, so something like this. Just make sure that this one doesn't affect up here. Nice. Okay. But they still need junk inbound. Just the ice maker. Way too much ice. Way too much ice. But oh, yeah. Yeah, that's not good either. I can't really come up with a good idea for how to do this in a not shitty way. And now it's not fast enough. Now it's only producing 20 and I need... Oh, hold on. No, it's still fine, even though it's not affected by anything. Then... paste. It does feel a little clumsy with this one on the side, to be honest. Maybe it could be something like this and then we flip it the other way. Maybe this is actually better. Why? Why? Ah. Only advantage is that this one could actually just be and ice. This is so ugly. What if it could be built right there? That would be nice, but no. That's the... Based on the calculus, before 300% using 2 quality and 2 productivity module produce more overall quality. So using 2 quality and 2 productivity modules produce more overall quality, especially with upcyclers. But where are you putting the quality out here? And good evening. That's really hard to see, but it's also just... It's now a little slower. That sucks. Hmm. Yeah. Working. Okay, they've... Okay, so here's another perspective on this, is if I did this part, then I could use... Then I could get that up here. And I think that actually has another boon to it. Because now we could actually make a lot more. Now we can make 29 per second, which is way more than before. Like, now it's an ungodly amount we can make here. Wow, well that's crazy. Then that completely changes it if we start sort of messing with productivity modes, because that's why this is what we found out earlier, that maybe there's an ideal case where we need more, where we use more quality modules, but quality modules, you need so many things because you need so many machines, right? Yeah, it's quality per ore, yes, that's the thing, but it's also a matter of if I have a build that needs 30 machines with 4 quality modules in, then that might be too costly to build for where we are currently. While another thing that is 0.1% worse, then that just needs 4 buildings because it's using beacons and productivity modules. 4 cycles on the other side of the train. Yeah, yeah, but then they'll have to input from the other side, so it's, yeah, it's completely difficult. Yeah, quality per time, yep. Now I'm just taking it at face value, this part. I would love to see the calculations, the difference between this. Because what we're now doing is we have this build here, but it's only producing 4.36 per second times 2. And that's the input for the processing. But if I did something else, if I had one of these and then had, I don't know what I'd want, but what it would look like. This is not it. It really is difficult to do something that isn't using this wagon now. Add rare quality mods, make 1/6 uncommon ore. No, it's true. It's not much. So how would I get, if I had this one like that, and that would affect it by a beacon, then it would be lightning fast. That's actually not very fast because it doesn't have it. There. 29.4. So now I do have to consume 29.4, and if we look at these builds, then they are only 6.4, or actually 4.8. So I would need a million of these. Which maybe isn't really, it's just a different kind of build. Maybe it's just a build that looks... like this. There you go. This is perfectly balanced. So let's say I am just outputting here, and these are just... I'm getting enticed by this idea here. Would this work? Just gonna try it. Use your common plate production. 4 quality modules plus 1 X beacon. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. You already have fast plate production set up when you first go to Fulgora. Just put quality mods in that. Store excess plate upcycle. Yes. Yeah, this might be... Yeah. But I also like this one. Like, it's fast. I have a legendary. Woo! Okay, so actually what I want to do is have these two compete. It's a little unfair that this one has a startup time. Yeah, but this is like not even close to fair. Especially because it's not working. Why is it not working? Oh, because the train is not there. Haha, this is why the train is a bad idea. And we look. It's literally just 1 pixel. Yeah, this is like I'm not sure if it's post or pre Aquilo, but it's like generally, but yeah. Like I really like this one. But I can also see that it is viable to say, hey, I got this one anyway. So by the time I come back here, I'll do this. And I'll do this. And then this, I'll be doing... And then it's basically just kind of make sure that I don't have... This one would be... that or above. Or maybe just equal, honestly. And then another one that's... Oh, nope. So that is... or above. And then, of course, we just do this. Okay. And MPPPPP Birdman, thank you for the prime. Welcome. Best stream for Legendary. Yeah, but that's not what I'm doing. I'm not aiming for Legendary. Ahaha. Oops. Whoop. Whoop. There. Oh shit, this, yeah, this sucks. I forgot that. I hate with a intense passion putting speed modules on this one. It is so unrewarding. Yeah, so this is actually not what I don't really like this. I really need to figure out what the big difference is, because so the options are pure speed module, pure quality module, which means slow but the highest percentage yield. That means probably best. Then we have pure quality module but with a speed beacon. That lowers the percentage of quality, but it increases quite a lot on the speed. So it's kind of a balance where you sacrifice some quality for speed, kind of the essence of it. And then there's the part where you go productivity and speed module, and then rely on only the recycling to be quality. Pre-Glabber post, go use your awesome new designs. Yeah. But I remember Samago was eagerly creating these spreadsheets or these overlays or overviews for me, where I could kind of see what the hell was going on. Yeah. It was. You were. And I appreciate it. And it was awesome. And I miss it. You get me hooked on free data, and then I'll never be happy. Oh, look at that. That's actually interesting. Like, these have been started at the same time, but this one took forever to start up. Yet, it is still way more efficient, this one, than that one. Now we just reset both of them at the same time, and then just kind of let it run for a little bit and see which one is better. Because I would actually have thought this one would probably be better, but this is... I wonder, could we also just let this run? Oh, let's go a little bit silly with the last half hour and do some test of this. A coin? Never mind. Let's do a counter. Double the foundry bonus on the first build. Double the foundry bonus? What do you mean? Well, not really. No, it's not it's not a Nilaus coin, because this is just a coin that's in the game. Felice now, and I have all the context already unloaded from my menu. Yeah, it's totally fine. Don't worry, I was not. It's totally fine. Let me struggle with it. It's also a little bit fun, a little bit fun when. I can't remember how to do this. I shouldn't be doing these things. I've done a million of these counters, but I basically wanted not to reset, but just to count up to something and then be disabled. So it's basically the and then it disables. So often trigger the 50. So more is going. No, 2 foundries doesn't mean it's twice. I mean, 1 foundry that's twice as fast is triggering more than 2 foundries. So. But can not use modules in the Holmium solution plants. Nope, you cannot. Well, I can use productivity modules, yes. But you can't use quality modules because it's a liquid. Oh, you can. But it doesn't do anything. That's funny, I didn't think you could do that. What the hell? This feels so weird. Oh, quality percent. What? What? I'm confused. This feels so weird that you can do this. Shouldn't it have blocked it and said you can't do that? No, I guess not. Oh, I guess not. And... But yes, let's do productivity modules in these, since we have a beacon here. You can also use uncommon ore to make solution to eat up uncommon made by mines. Yeah, but I don't want that. I don't bother with it. It's too much of a hassle to keep track of. Okay, so let me see what we have here. We have 60, and in this one we have 60. Okay, so they are actually pretty much the same here. 3 and 1. 3 and 1. Wow. 63 1. 59 3 1. These are I reset them at the same time, and now they're exactly the same. So which one do I like? Obviously I like this one better. This is so much easier. Yeah, this is so much nicer. The only thing, let's keep working on this and actually turn it into a proper build. which means it's good. What? Why is it so bad? But if they are basically the same, then this one is better because it has, like, this one is only consuming 96 per second, and this one up here is consuming 275 per second. And if they output the same, then this one is way better. And no cursed trains. That's true. The cursed trains are cursed. I'm kind of thinking, can I do something that's slightly less good but not trained? I did have something built that I disbanded it in favor of this. Target full. Target full. But these also have to be faster. Then it shouldn't be. Just use belts. This is fine, isn't it? Because I don't know what I would do with the belts. A loop belt. I don't know why this is better. Because then we can kind of do... Oops. Like, is this better? In what way is this better? I don't think so. And this one can't pick up from the belt. Ugh. Yeah, see, it gets stuck. Yeah, waiting for source items. No, doesn't work. It doesn't change the actual footprint of this build by doing it like this. But they will all, because they're outputting on builds here. Vertical loop, yes, vertical loop. Of course, that's so much better. Nice. Why did no one say that? There we go. And this should be flipped like that, and this should be flipped. Yeah. Two separate washing plate section. I don't know. It doesn't have a lot of storage, but that shouldn't really be necessary, right? I mean, then it's like, oh, but I can I can just take this one and move 2 up, and then I can make a little teeny tiny thing again. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I like this one because it used too much. I don't know. I just want to see which one does what. Saved all the uncommon plates up to speed up recycling of plates-based production. Yeah, but that's a one-time thing, so. Which one's winning? This one is way better now. Everything is working, right? Yeah, everything is working. Spinny, spinny, spinny. Why is this one so much better? Like, so much better. Someone told me this one was better. And I trusted them. The ice block maker inside the build. I can't, because if I move it inside the build, then I move the beacon up, and then the beacon starts affecting the foundries, and then it messes up. $30. $12. Dude, this is awful compared to the pure... What? With the inbuilt productivity? Yeah, I think so too. I think the inbuilt productivity will... Because this is 50% productivity, while this one is 82% productivity. But this is 16% quality, but this is only 8% quality. So I'm not... The trade is half as much quality, but not twice as much productivity, but only an increase from 150% to 183%, which is not much. The left one consumes more ore. But that's, yeah, but not much. Not much. Like, it's 128 versus 196. It's really not that much compared to, it's twice as effective on a time scale. Yeah. Yeah, this is more quality per per ore inbound, but this one is more quality per time. With the same amount of speed beacons. Yeah, so this one is definitely, this is the one I want. So back to my rant at the start of the stream where I said that some of the things that is missing in Shapes 2 to make it like really pop is that we can argue about which build is better. Because you never have a trade-off like this where it's like, oh, do you want to optimize per time, per ore, per power, per something, or is it an expensive build, is it a cheap build, is it a compact build, is it like all these parameters that we use for optimization to evaluate whether we like this one or that one is kind of irrelevant, because in Shapes 2 once you have a build that works, it works, and then it's like that's the end of it. So yeah, so definitely we have found the one that we like this one. Can you try inserter from foundry to recycler to the middle? So on belt. What? Can you try inserter from foundry to recycler to middle? Oh, you mean like instead of having this one go up, then I put it onto the belt here? Why would I do that? I don't see what, if that's what you mean, like moving this recycler, this inserter to put onto the belt. I don't know what that would do. Like I could then say like everything gets put on the belt. And then I just have a single one that takes off the, instead of having these. I guess that's what would be better. Alright, since I don't like this build anyway. 56 versus 100. If this build were recycler limited, it could be more. Yes, but it's not recycler limit. This one's working 100%. This is working 100%. This is working pretty much 100%. So it's the fact that this build is pretty well balanced. And to save one space. Yeah. Okay, I can try to show what it is that is being asked for. Oh crap! Now that died. Like this, right? Feels like the belt is, yeah. Okay, so I think we got the answer now. Pretty clever. Right side, more pressures post. Left side. No, I would always do this one. I don't think that this is such a marginal effort that I don't think it's worth it. I would also think that what could make sense would be basically just say, okay, fill this one up, and once it's full, then go crazy with recycling. So just make sure that we have some, and then anything else. Which will of course be like a huge drag on this for a long time. But I think this is a nice little build. And that gives us reliably some quality holmium, or some rare quality holmium. And at this point we're going to focus on getting rare quality, and then just accrue any legendary or any epic and legendary that we have, that we just get by Yeah, by coincidence. Bad idea to produce normal quality homing without the productivity boost. That's a good point. That's a good point as well. But on the other hand, you could also say like, hey, I mean, we're producing it anyway. Now we're just deleting it. Why not keep it and then, you know. It's kind of the same argument as this one. Oh shit. We looked away and it died. God damn it. Why did it die? It died because of that. Why does it jam? What? Oh, I built stack inserters. Oh! Okay, so it's not a problem with the build, it's a problem with the operator of the build that was an idiot. This guy was an idiot. There we go. These two have to not be greater than, they have to be exactly. Oh, thank you. So this was not a problem with the build. It's not like the build can jam. It can only jam because of my overwhelming stupidity. Whew. Good. Sometimes you're just happy being stupid. Yeah, and I don't know if this can recover by itself, but if it can, that would be pretty amazing. That's a lot of ice. That needs to be junked. I like this. It's interesting to see if it can self-correct. Or it is hopelessly stuck. Because it's stuff like this. It needs to empty all of this without jamming, and then it needs to empty the next one without jamming, and so on and so forth. Right. Something is working, and it's moving, but it's sure as hell not moving fast. Ah, there we go. So now suddenly something broke free, and I don't know what broke free, but suddenly it started moving, and it probably might jam again a little bit, yeah. And then we sort of say, oh, now there's some red circuits coming in, so that means a blue circuit, so that means we're going to see a lot of greens in a second. A lot of coils, lots of red circuits. Now we're seeing some greens. It looks like it's recovering. It's not really consuming much from over here, but that's not... Okay, here we come. Here comes the greens. So now it's going to take some time to clear up. Yes! But the fact that if we can't see that it can self-correct, then I'm going to be self-correct from a massive problem like that. Then it would be good. That's good news. And it's just pouring it out here. You can see which ones are being generated right now. Yeah, okay, so these are empty. Good, so it moves on to empty the next ones. These are empty, 4 empties here, 2 empty here, 1 empty, 2 empty, 1. Okay, pretty good. This one will also empty soon. Why is the common recycler being stacked? Why is the common recycler being stacked? This one? Because otherwise there's no room on the belt. It increases the belt throughput because also this can consume a lot. So if I only have it coming back here at 60 and 60, then I can only get 120 consumed, and that's not enough. I want to be able to consume up to 240 because, yeah, we tested it and it's... Oh. We tested it and it once it's running in an idle, it can consume more than a full belt of scrap inbound, of common scrap. To get rid of the basic products directly, i.e. copper and iron plates from the storage chests are full instead of cycling it back. I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing here, right? Actually, not really. This isn't even getting that one in, which it should be. Yeah. It should also be adding more of this. I just don't want it to jam over here. So the question is like, okay, so how are you getting rid of the copper? The only way to really effectively get rid of copper is through this one, heat pipes, because that's a lot of copper and a lot of steel plates. So that's an option, but then you are using all of your steam plates to get rid of that. So it's not like get rid of is not a simple thing. That's the biggest problem with the scrap, is that getting rid of is actually kind of, not quite, but really complicated. So I meant destroy it. Okay, please tell me how to destroy it. Like I this is literally what I said. It's literally not trying to build something. Okay, how do you destroy it? Because that's not simple. There is no way to destroy things easily. This is the best destroyer we can do. Two recyclers pointing at each other. Yeah, it's not very fast. That's the problem. It's 16 per second. It still recovers 1/4 of it, so it's not actually deleting very fast. Like something that deletes fast is this one. This one deletes really fast because it takes gears and turns it into iron plates, which then 8-to-1 turns into a box, which then gets processed into 2 iron. So that's a really efficient way to do it. This one's also really efficient, 8 steel into 1 box, and then the box takes 1 slot on the belt and becomes 2 steel. So this is also really efficient, but there aren't that many really efficient builds to get rid of things, and certainly not stuff like copper. And we can do, yeah, we do also need some copper, and then we just have to float the rest of it through. But I mean, you're right that I could say that once it goes through, I could build it into something like this, and some of them I could do that. It's 16 times as fast as the production ability, which means that for default items, like most items, it's actually 32 items per second. And then, of course, it recovers something, so it's actually 24 items per second. Is it? Yeah. It's still pretty good. It's still pretty good, and you can still do it, but it's, yeah. Like, steel is not really fast enough to do it without doing this one. Also, it's really compact on belts, which is nice. And it also, in this case, has the advantage that it generates some rare quality or higher quality, which goes up and gets recycled out. I would have to say that this one has recovered excellently. Look at that. Every single one is now filtered empty. Okay, maybe with the exception of you, but you're always awful. How are you getting there? So this means that aside from my mistake here, then it actually did recover pretty well. So that's a really nice design. I like it. And I also like this one. It's not as neat, but it's something. And if we then follow on onwards from this, then we just have to make that one, which is honestly just, this would be now done with productivity. Would it be done productivity or? Yes, I think productivity. Because there's also the argument that I could do it with quality. But if I'm looking at productivity now, then it's 130% productivity. That means that the resources that go into making 1 rare quality, then I suddenly get 2.3 of them. That's nice. Having quality anywhere in the common recycler block. I think it's about that having quality anywhere in the common recycler block. Well, I don't have it in the common recycler block. I have it here so that it comes in and then it gets processed. And if this one just happens to generate a rare quality one or a higher quality one, then it goes up on the other build. Which means that I upcycle some things because I will have, like, this is stuff that I have way too much of. So if I can just generate it higher quality, then I think that's a good idea. Like, it's not really any difference between this one and feeding it back here. It's going to be deleted anyway. But I'd much rather, like, yeah, I don't see any disadvantage of this. Because it's basically asking, okay, so do you want to have 16% chance of getting some quality version of quality instead of non-quality? Then it's like, yeah, sure, I'd like the quality version because I have so much iron that I'm deleting it anyway. If recyclers don't stop, they don't stop. They don't stop, they never stop. That's the whole idea of this design. And we could also see how well it recovered by itself. So, and we've been running it through the majority of the stream, and only because of my own stupidity did it stop. So this one will not stop. This is how I design these. This is just like, they will always just reprocess everything. Higher recycle research? No, not yet. And yeah, it could potentially get stuck with summer when it gets a good batch of blue circuits. That'll start clogging. Yeah, sometimes. Because that's also, we also have the part here. But if I do that, then I also start having to get higher quality stack outserters. Maybe they don't. Thank you for your Corvette design. It's very fast. Thank you. Thank you, Everbane. Much appreciated. Yeah, but I'm going to do this one, and then we're running at some kind of scrap recycling here. Yeah. The problem I'm also feeling is that getting higher scrap recycling, what is that actually doing? Like, it's not getting, like, oh no, I use less scrap, but that doesn't matter. Like, the scrap is infinite and free, so using less scrap isn't really going to get as much. And the fact that we get more items for free is like, it doesn't really matter because it's still the same ratio. So if I get more blue circuits that I want, then I also get more gears that I don't want. And I still have to do a lot of hassle to get rid of the gears, which means that that's the bottleneck anyway, is the speed by which I can get rid of stuff. It's not the speed by which I can, or it's not the efficiency of using the ore, because that doesn't matter. It's the speed I can get rid of crap that dictates the speed of this, which is really annoying. This is kind of one of the things that bother me about Fulgora, is that the biggest challenge is getting rid of gears, and it's not a rewarding challenge. It's you're looking at it and go like, okay, I need red circuits, green circuits, or red circuits and blue circuits, and some plastic, and maybe some LDS, but that's it. The rest just has to be junked as fast as possible. Yeah, it's only going to reduce scrap consumption, nothing else. Exactly. So it's not really something I would actually say is valuable to get. You can also say, oh, it also lowers the electricity consumption because they don't need to run so much because they do that. So yeah. Anyway, that's not going to be now because time's up and we're done for today. Next week, I'll be streaming some more. I'll be finishing up Pax Romana on Monday and Wednesday, and then next week we'll have something else to go there. Of advanced scrap recycling, yes. Advanced scrap recycling would be really nice. Like, less scrap, more higher percentage. It could simply be exactly the same as the scrap recipe. It just kind of removes some of this. Like, anything up to this isn't there anymore. And we only get these things. Or something. I don't know. But something like that, right? Only get batteries and this. And all the rest just poof, gone. And then sometimes you want to use it, sometimes you wouldn't. The biggest design challenge of all, Factorio. Look how much time we spent on working on recycling. Oh, absolutely. So, good everyone. Take care. And thank you for the hype in the beginning of the stream. I'll see you guys hopefully tomorrow. Good night. Take care and stay effective.